Hello, welcome to the December 10th, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and we'll get started in just a moment. Okay, sounds like the audio is coming through fine. My name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a product specialist, primarily focusing on Steinberg products, and I'll be the host for the live stream today. I'm based in the United States, just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching the live stream live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us who you are and where you're from. It's always fascinating seeing people from all over the world on the live streams. So if you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you can simply ask your questions in the live chat field. My ability to answer questions in real time will soon dissipate as questions are asked initially, so I will try to catch up in chronological order and answer all the questions as completely and succinctly as possible. When asking questions, if you could try to indicate which level of Cubase, whether it's AI, LE, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version number, 10, 10.5, 9.5, and which operating system, that information is helpful. When asking questions, since I will be behind the live chat, if we could try to refrain from asking the same question repeatedly, that just kind of slows down the entire process and allows, and makes us not able to get through as many questions as possible. We will have a index of all the topics that are discussed in today's live stream with timestamps, and that'll be pinned to the top of the comments field in several hours after the live stream. I have to go through and rewatch it and type up the index. If you want to search for topics that may have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and Jan from Stockholm has set that up. He also has a new tune he released today I saw on Facebook. So we'll give special congratulations to Jan for releasing his new song, and kudos for all of his help for the community and creating the cubaseindex.com site. Some other people we want to thank. We have two moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They just kind of do this to help people out and make the community better. So we want to give special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude. And another wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community is also compiled by Jazz Dude in the Cubase Nation Discord. So lots of wonderful collection of different tutorials and information that's helpful. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. So we see a question. All right, so we have David Griffiths checking in from North Wales in the United Kingdom. And he has a question. Is there a way to open lo-fi piano, Happy Xmas, in Halion 6, mute the piano sounds and create synth layers that can be behind the flutter and reverb effects employed in the instrument? So let's go ahead and take a quick look. I just downloaded the Lo-Fi Piano. If you're not familiar with this is a nice little Christmas gift that Steinberg has released. It's a free piano library, but let's go ahead. I just downloaded it like a couple minutes. I saw this in the chat, so I took a minute to download it right before the live stream started. I was going to get into it this weekend. So let's say we will come over here. All right, so let's see if we, and this is in, all right, so let's see if we can come over here to maybe the piano. I haven't studied the interface on this, so. If that is, I'll just make this larger So we can see kind of all of the controls. So it looks like maybe the piano samples are kind of maybe embedded. Let's take a look at, see if maybe one of the quick controls. Let me try just a different preset. So it looks like it's sounding kind of like the piano may be kind of fixed, but let's see if we get different settings coming over here. But, you know, if you wanted to maybe take a look at what's going on in the particular patch, you might be able to kind of backward engineer and just when you come over here to the actual sample files, so you may be able to kind of come over here and kind of manipulate some of the samples that are being used, but it seems like it's maybe fixed with the piano sound. Sorry about that. I could play around with it a little more over the weekend. All right, so we have Rich from Newfoundland in Canada joining. Thanks for being a part of the live stream. Okay, so we have a question. When using a chord pads with a pattern, what's the best workflow to get a progression or individual measures onto an actual MIDI track, complete with the pattern rhythmically in the right place? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. I think I got my chord pads demo project loaded up here. So let's say if I wanted to just come over here to maybe the guitar part. I'll just revert this project. So I was playing with it a minute before. Okay, so let's say if I want to set this. So I think what you could do is just simply just record. Let me just check, see if I have a configuration. But, you know, once you trigger the particular, let's come over here to the chord pads and I'll make sure. But all you have to do is just simply trigger as soon as you have the arpeggiator triggered here for that. Let me just see if I added if we duplicate this track, but you know, you could just set the input directly to the chord pads input, and then all you have to do let me just check one other little setting here. But all you have to do is then as you trigger the chord pads is just have the actual chord, and that will trigger the arpeggiator in real time and play the chord pads. Let me just close this particular project and reopen it and see if I can get it to wake up. Okay, so let's say if I'm playing, all I would have to do is, so in this, if you're not familiar with this function of the chord pads, is you could have patterns and you could drag different patterns to this little pattern mode right here. So if I wanted to just record that, I can now just come over here and I will just kind of hit record. I'll turn on my click track. So you could just kind of, you record it directly in real time. So, go ahead and give that a shot, but you just would trigger it from, the particular chord pads that you want. And then I'm just hitting my MIDI notes. And then that's triggering it and whatever you have going on at that point while you're playing. We can see that the pattern is now just being recorded. So if we wanted to look at it, that's what the pattern that's being generated looks like. So we can just be able to record directly into the particular sequence as if you were playing the parts in real time. So that's how you could get it into the project window. Great to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, back in the 9.5 days, I was able to select multiple tracks and give them a picture. Now Cubase does not allow me to do that. It is so hard to create templates with pictures. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to, we'll just create a new template here. I'll just add some tracks. Yeah, I think we showed this on the last live stream as well for Kerwin Young. All right, so let's say if I wanted to select all of these, and I think the trick is to do it from within the mix console. All right, so let's say if I come to the mix console and we go to the full screen mix console, then we have our channel pictures as an active view here. So if we click just on the little setup window layout, we're going to add pictures. So I want to select all of these tracks, and then I'm going to hold down Control or Command and say I want these all to be drums. So, and then you could just colorize that way, and those particular track pictures are automatically carried directly over into the main project window. So you could do it from the standalone mix console. Just hold, select the channels that you want, and then you could just, so if I come here, hold down Control, so I'll select, double click, and we can now say, okay, let's make them all guitar parts. And while holding down Control, you could set multiple track pictures. that way. So sorry if the behavior's changed. I'll make sure to mention that. All right, so we have Matt from London checking in. Okay, let's see if we copy. Let's say if we have a track picture. So it just says, also when I duplicate a track, the track pictures don't, let's see if that carries over. So it doesn't look like that carries over, but you could set it, you know, you might be duplicating tracks to build a template because you couldn't add multiple pictures before. So, but now you could add multiple pictures through the mix console, so you may not have to do that. All right, so we have Shane Hay checking in from the UK. We have Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Sir Robert from Atlanta. All right, so we have a question about the best way to import an arrangement track as pre-saved templates afterwards, or should I copy and paste them after? Okay, so let's see if I come here, if sometimes, let's see if I go to import tracks from project, and let's see if we could just import that. So let's see, I have a, see if we could do the arrangement track. Doesn't look like it's importable. It might be tied to a particular yeah, so I think if you're doing it with a template, so let's say if I come here and I just have a particular template, we can say, okay, let's have an arranger track. So let's say at this point I have different sections of my arrangement saved. So I think, you know, probably the best way is to kind of copy and paste them, you know, but once we have this, you know, you could have kind of your arrangement track here, but you could have multiple arranger chains over the orders that they're kind of played in. But I think you may have to kind of copy and paste, as he mentioned. All right, so we have Jan from Stockholm. We're from Cubase Index on the live stream. All right, so we see Cubase 12 in first quarter of 2022. So Steinberg, I believe, has said it'll be in early 2022. So I think we could look forward to that. I don't know the exact date, and it hasn't been announced yet. So, all right, so we see Sir Robert has lost his Mac hard drive. It died yesterday. So good luck on any data recovery that's needed, but you know that's a bummer. All right, and we have Mitch checking in from Michigan, USA. Okay, so I see we see John Tobin says he sent a email question this afternoon. So I think if it was about the VST Connect, I may have responded directly to your email, but let me know if you got the email response. All right, we have Millard Brown from outside in Pennsylvania. We have Jason from South Shields, England. Okay, so we have just a question. ModiX is, I guess, the Yamaha ModiX set up as an external instrument in Cubase 11 Pro. Every time I render in place, nothing happens. Please walk me through the render in place, trying to record a patch from ModiX stereo out using a separate MIDI track. So, you know, if we have, I don't have an external instrument connected to my computer now. Let me just... Okay, so let's say if I come here and I'm actually starting with, we got to add an instrument track, and let's say at this point I want it to go to like a ModiX. I have that configured here. Let's say I'll just do a short part. Okay, so, you know, make sure that you have, you know, the correct input that's going here. So let's say if we have your audio connections, so I'm not sure if the ModiX does just 2 channels or if it's a multi-channel audio driver for that. But what you want to do is come over here and have an external instruments, and we're going to need to have you know, a separately defined input and output. So if you're using your ModiX as your audio interface and it's just a stereo output, you know, and then you're trying to use it as, you know, you would need to make sure that this is going to be going into distinct audio interfaces. So make sure that, you know, so if I'm not sure if you're using the ModiX as your audio interface or just using another audio interface, but you need to define where it's connected into your audio interface that Cubase, the primary audio interface that Cubase is seeing as is set up here. So once you go to your audio system, make sure that, you know, whatever interface you have there, that is what is being utilized. And then you need to define where that external instrument, what inputs that external instrument is being sent to on that interface. So let's say, okay, this is going into inputs 3 and 4. And then once you have that defined, any of the MIDI information that you have here, you are able to, just like a normal MIDI part, you know, you can just double click and have and do a render in place. But if it's not defined to kind of a separate and unique you know, input on your audio interface, you know, it probably nothing will happen. So all right, so we have Thermonuclear War from Serbia. We see Jazz Dude on the live stream. Trance 2020 from Berkshire in the UK. All right, so we have Capital Razor on the live stream. Did you see from Hobby Musiker Harpy, just kind German? So I'm not sure if that's asking if I speak German. I don't, unfortunately. I'm kind of woefully ignorant of German language. All right, so we have Jesse Carmichael on the live stream. Wonderful to see you on the live stream, Jesse. Everyone say hi to Jesse. He's our celebrity rock star attendee today so far. So it says, curious if we could just touch on shuffle mode for the grid and using a range tool to delete time and other arrangement alteration methods. Okay, so let's say if I'm here and I'll just go to a different project. Okay, everyone always likes this project. right, so let's say if I have, I'll just kind of create just a little bit of different events here. So, and we'll show this a little bit later, but I'll do some of the shuffle mode first. So let's say if we wanted to utilize shuffle mode. So let's say if I have two different events here, and we'll colorize these differently so it can be more apparent. So let's say I want this to be more blue and this orange. So when we switch our grid type to shuffle, and if I just move this one past, like, you know, I move the blue event to where the start of the orange event is, their positions will just kind of flip just like that. So if I move it to the end, so if I just wanted to kind of, you know, say, okay, I want this at the end of that, we could just kind of almost flip the order of the events just when we go to our grid, which is usually just set to grid, and we put that to shuffle mode. So as soon as we're in shuffle mode, we could just kind of flip the order of these events like that. Now, utilizing kind of the range tool, we could show some other functions. So I'll just take this out of grid mode. So let's say if we want to utilize the range tool, and most of the time by default, Cubase will give you kind of a combination range and selection tool. So when you select something from the bottom, it will be a selection tool. When you select it from the top, it functions as a range tool. So if I wanted to some typical range editing stuff, okay, I just want to take this part and move it over, but not have to split it. I want to take this range here, and you can see a number of different range functions when you come right over here to the range under edit. So I could just say, okay, you know, cut time, and that will just kind of get rid of that selected range here. So if I just hit, I think it's Control or Command plus Shift plus X, that will automatically just get rid of the selected range. So if I wanted to just insert silence there, I could also just say, okay, go to my range, and then we could just say, I want to insert silence, and it'll take that length of the range and kind of push the contents further down. And again, you know, one of the good things about this is not having to go over here and cut based on this selection. So we could just kind of almost kind of do this more on a global level. So if I wanted to take this, another cool function we could do with the range is just to, you know, if I wanted to split and say, okay, now I just wanted to, you know, do like a quick clip gain. Another range function that's handy is also just a crop. So if we come over here to range, we can say, let's just crop, and that will get rid of what was before and after the selected range. Now, if we have like our left and right locators, you know, one of the cool things you could do is actually, if you just double click with the range tool, like if I wanted to select globally for a part, I could select, you know, for individual parts. But if I just hold down, let me get my modifier keys, right? So I think if you hold down Alt or Option plus Shift with the range tool, let me just, okay, or Command and Control plus Shift. So once I do that, I could globally select the range. So, you know, I could select for just individual parts that I want, but if I wanted to take that whole range, just Control or Command plus Shift, and now I could just come over here. If I hit the delete key, I could just silence that, or Command or Control plus Shift plus X, I could just get rid of that part, or again, just say I want to get rid of everything except that. So now I could just come right over here and crop and get rid of other non-contiguous events. So that's a couple of the cool range editing functions that you could do. So I hope you're doing well, Jesse, and your family. Thanks for joining the live stream. And Jesse's in Los Angeles area. Okay, so let's get to okay, so we just see a question in Pro version 12. I want to be able to mute the track by clicking M at the track and still be able to listen to the instrument when I play my keyboard. So let's say if I come here, so I'll do it with an instrument track here. So, you know, even though right now I have this track muted and this is a MIDI track, I'm still playing it, but I'm going to do it with to see if an instrument track does the same thing. Okay, so let's say now. All right, so it looks like if it's a MIDI track, that'll do it, but you know, it kind of makes sense that it would be muted because, you know, in essence, what you're doing is muting on the mix console. So, but if you have it as a MIDI track, so let's say now I route this out to Retrolog. Because the MIDI tracks aren't, you know, tied directly to the mixer engine, so we could have the track muted for MIDI tracks and still hear it. But if it's going to be for instrument tracks, that's, you know, that's a direct correlation between the two. So if you need to do that now, you could just do that by using MIDI tracks. All right, so reading through comments. So we just see a comment, interesting question. It says, one of Hans Zimmer's interviews, he said that if you want to learn Cubase, read the manual or watch Greg Undo streams. Does he still learn from you? So I haven't, with COVID, I haven't seen Hans since COVID, but you know, we still exchange emails periodically. So, but you know, a lot of people, he will send people my way to kind of get them trained up if needed. But you know, usually, you know, once or twice a year, we try to get together and maybe we could do it in 2022 and just kind of spend a day or two with him and his immediate team. And we're just kind of like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff. And, you know, they get so used to working in their own particular ways and they have their own workflows. So just to see someone else do it. But yeah, I think he has watched the live streams before. So, but Hans knows his Cubase very well, so I was kind of honored that he said that. All right, reading through comments. All right, so it says, when we set up a chord track and change the pitch of the project via the transpose track, isn't the chord track should follow the transpose settings? Why it displays the original chords? Is there a way? Okay, so the transpose track, so let's say if I'll just get a preset that maybe has some, that will be polyphonic here. right, so and let's say I'll just get in our instrument and it'll show this better. Sorry. All right, so now when we come over here, okay, so we have, let's say, our roads, and we listen to the chord track, so we go to the chord pads. All right, so we could think of the transpose track is really, it's maybe one of the underutilized tracks. But as we come over here, the transpose track is going to transpose events that are on the project window, but it's not going to necessarily transpose, it doesn't, we can think of the chord pad as a MIDI controller. So having the transpose track, while we're here, so this is still going to play an A7 chord, but if we recorded this chord, so let's say if we come over here and we're playing along, and I record, so I'm recording, so I'm going to play the C major chord. All right, so now when we come over here, we could just have those chords. So the transpose track is going to take the events on the project window and not necessarily what's going on in the chord pads. So, as we wanted to come over here, but I think if you wanted to just transpose the chords, let's see if we could do that easily. So, if you wanted to transpose using pitch bend, so let's say if I'm here, you could have different chord setup here where you could just have different learning functions where you could set up pitch bend to transpose chords. But think of the transpose track as being more for transposing the events that are on the project window, and the chord pads are kind of independent of that because that's more of think of it as a software MIDI controller. So, all right, so we have Charles checking in from Lebanon. Thanks for joining us. All right, we have a question. Is there a way to generate chords from audio? So currently not. So it only kind of works with MIDI at this point. All right, we have Dan Freeman from Atlanta. Great to see you on the live stream. And we have Peter checking in from Montreal. Miss going to Montreal, beautiful city. My chat field jumped on me. Okay, so I found my spot. Sorry about that. All right, so you see Gareth on the live stream. So just thank me for a bass line. I played for him last night, so I'm glad I was able to get it done. Looking forward to hearing the final track. All All right, so we have Alexander checking in from Moscow. All right. So question on that. You always use 2 sends for parallel compression, dry, and compression. Why we need the first group? Because you already have the original and it's dry. Please explain. Because you often, so if we're doing kind of a parallel path, let me just do it on some drums here. Because it's really just kind of being able to, because often you may have processing that's going on afterwards. So, so this way we could have both parallel sources, because otherwise it's just kind of sending it to a bus. But, the other ones, you may, it's better to kind of, for parallel processing, like if I want to take my drums here, and how I do it, and I kind of follow a typical mix console way. So I would add 2 group tracks. So we'll just say add tracks, and I'll add 2 groups. So we have group 1, group 2. So like, while this isn't necessarily a process, but you may want to just, how these are blended kind of at the same point. So if I wanted to, there's different schools of thought with, what is truly parallel versus not parallel, but I want to take these tracks and I will come over here and let's activate to group 1. And activate to group 2. And I'll just put this into absolute values here, so as we work. So I'll just do some more makeup gain here. And also, people will choose to do like EQing on a group. So, now we have our drums kind of going to both, and you may want to EQ or have different amounts of processing collectively on both of them. So this gives you a little more flexibility with that. So, here we have just kind of our dry group, but if I wanted to EQ, instead of having to EQ all the drums, so people often will EQ the parallel sources as well differently. So that's why it's often better just to kind of be able to do like, if I wanted to come here and also do just a quick EQ shelf, we could do stuff like this, and instead of having to do it for every drum, we could just do it on 2 different sources. So, and just kind of finding the balance between 2 faders as opposed to moving multiple faders, even if they are linked, especially if they deal and have existing automation, could get a little tricky as well. And often people may mitigate that by using VCAs, but you can't do any processing on VCAs. All right, so we have Jeff Zabelski checking in from Chico, California. We have see Ted Springman on the live stream as well. I think he's in Sherman Oaks. All right, so we just see, very comment just saying very audio works great for melody. Just wondered whether you could do similar audio to MIDI for chord track. So currently it's just going to be for MIDI at this point. It could be very tricky with lots of harmonics and different blends of instruments. All right, we see Cubase Junkies on. We see Pablo is on. Pablo Vasquez from Galicia, España. So you just see a question. Can we ask questions directly here? Yes. So just ask in the chat field, or you could email in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, we have Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina. All right, so I see from John Tobin, just asking if I got his email question. So it was about the VST Connect. So I responded to you by email. So check, see if you got the email. All right, so we have Abbas checking in. Thanks for joining. Okay, so we just see a question. Is there a way to hide the notes of MIDI behind the automation line when I add automation for VST using MIDI notes, piano roll? It shows the notes behind the line, which makes it a bit cluttered. Okay, so let's say if we have, or let's say if I have different MIDI notes going on here. And let's say we have automation. I'll just make this a little larger so we could all see it a little easier. So there is a setting for this. So let's say we have automation going on. So I think what you have is if you hit F6, the F6 key by default, or go to the automation settings. When we go to the settings here, we could say show data on tracks. So I think probably what you have is where you see the MIDI data underneath the automation, which, you know, at times could be interesting or it could be annoying. So just when you hit F6 or the automation panel, go to the settings and then just uncheck show data on tracks. And then you see the MIDI data kind of underneath. But if we uncheck that, you won't see the MIDI data there. And this also goes for audio. So if I want it, you know, sometimes people will, you know, as we're doing automation here, they may want to see the automation with the waveform so that, you know, they know, oh, right here at this word, I want that up or I want that down. So once again, just show data on tracks, uncheck that, and then the automation lanes will be bare. All right. Thanks for all the great questions. And if you do learn something new, make sure you do hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. All right, so Gareth is asking if we're going to release Cubase on the ZX Spectrum. So is that the old Spectrum computer? Okay, so we have a question from Millard Brown. Sample Fuel has just released 3.0 updates for the components for the hybrid bundle of Poly and Wave. Are the updates available through Steinberg, or should we follow Sample Fuel's procedure? So usually they're going to be available on the Steinberg Download Assistant. We could take a look, but you know, either way, we'll get it to work. You know, it's not an actual Steinberg product, but we do sell it on our Steinberg marketplace. Let's just go take a quick look. But you know, it's my friend Danny Lux who has designed all those instruments. Is incredibly prolific composer as well, and just super smart guy. But let's see if the latest versions. So, you know, if you have the ability to do it directly from, um, so if you have the ability to do it directly from, you know, the sample fuel site, you could do it there. And I'm sure it may just not be posted, or I'm not sure if the update's been posted on the Steinberg site. It doesn't seem like it's maybe there, you know, specifically as an update. Okay, so we have a question from Jeff Sabelski. Composer using Sibelius sent me a MIDI file that I need to fix 6 tracks. Then he sent me .xml files. When I requested music XML, I tricked up the piece in Nuendo, but Nuendo won't open an XML file. So yeah, Nuendo will open an XML file, but you'll have to come over here and import a music XML file directly from there. So I don't know if I have any on my system, but you know, instead of the open, try just going to import music XML, and that should help with that. But you know, so you can think of that as being more of the picture, and the MIDI file as being more of, you know, the actual MIDI data with notes and MIDI CCs. So. All right, so I just see from John, maybe he didn't get the email. Let me just see if I could see it as being sent in my on my phone really quickly. Because it was kind of forwarded. So I mean, I could send you kind of right after, but I could show you kind of some of the stuff that I was mentioning in the email, so you could have it. Sorry about that. I always have the emails forwarded to my email address, so sometimes I reply, it kind of gets resent back to me. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so we had a question, and this was kind of just missing some of the components that were suggested maybe for the VST Connect. So to comment, and I think the directions were kind of for a previous version. So John, if you're looking for the constrained delay compensation, it's going to be right here on the lower left-hand side of the transport. It used to be up in the upper left-hand corner. Now it's in the lower left-hand portion of the transport bar. So you could try to disable that. Some of the other settings, like the direct monitoring, is if you go to the studio menu to studio setup. And once we are here, we could see the audio system, you know, and at this point, we want to select your audio interface. And this is where you could enable or disable direct monitoring. And if we click on the audio system, this is where you could adjust for the record latency and adjust the record shift. So just under the studio menu to studio setup, and then select the audio system. And let's see if there is, and there's also the count in is going to be found, and you may just see this as like pre-count, pre-roll, or so if you wanted to have kind of the count in, so we can now come over here and let me just see if I have it activated. Okay, so it's going to be in the transport bar, and sometimes some of these are hidden pretty well for some reason. But you'll see that there in kind of the transport bar. Let me just... Okay, so if you just kind of click... So the count in is going to be this icon directly there. So that's going to be the count in. And as far as kind of negative or 0 bars, you go to the project setup. And these are some things that were just kind of set for VST Connect. So in the project setup, you want to make sure that the display bar offset is set to 0 there. And I'll just resend that out to you. Sorry about that. All right. All right. So we just see question. Hello, Greg, everyone. Question about the audio alignment. I can't make it work properly on background vocals. It even makes it worse sometimes. 96K projects, 4 to 10 background vocal, a few sentences at a time. So I've always had pretty good luck with it. I'll just show, if you haven't seen the audio alignment, I'll open up a project here. You know, but there are a couple of settings that you could try. So let's say we have like background vocals and maybe these aren't as tight rhythmically. So I'm just going to select one of them and we could open up our alignment panel. So, you know, you could, you know, experiment with like matching words or prefer time shifting. And it seems like, you know, maybe you want to do 100%, but, you know, sometimes backing off of that could lead to different results. And this could really vary depending on the material, but I'm just going to pick like one as a source file. And I like to select multiple files at once and add those as my targets. And once I click on align audio at this point, that will just allow you to just kind of tighten up audio, you know, the background vocals pretty quickly that way. So, you know, if you, you know, I'm not sure if you've tried, you know, these different combinations and the alignment precision, or maybe selecting a different track as the reference. But, you know, I've had it work very well on lots of different tracks. All right, so we just see, could you please give a quick review of using the score editor to enter notes on the staff, any shortcuts for switching note values, etc.? Thanks. All right, so let's go ahead and... Okay, so I will come over here. You know, so one of the things that you could do, and let me just, So I think, let me just check my keyboard shortcut here really quickly. I always forget this one to switch between the different rhythmic values. It might be in the quantize. Okay, so, you know, if you wanted to, I want to say, all right, so we see set insert length. Let me just see. Okay, so if you hold down like Alt or Option plus 1, 2, 3, 4, you can see that the length here will change. So as I want it to, I'm just going to grab the note here. So I think if I, now as I come over here, I'll just kind of zoom in and out. So I'll just grab this. So now as I want to hit like Alt or Option plus 1, that's a whole note, Alt or Option plus 2, half note, Alt or Option plus 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can just kind of change the different rhythmic values. So as we work with that, and then there's also for, you know, setting triplet values. So let's say I want to do quarter notes. Now, as I go to enter quarter notes in, you know, we can see this little grid appear. So I know that that's going to be on beat 1. And as I just kind of move up and down here, I could just have this kind of snap directly to the grid. But let's say now I want this to be 8th note triplets. So when I come over here, now I could just kind of put in the rhythmic value. And let's say at this point, you know, so we could just kind of see the different grid options become available. So as we go to enter in, so let's say if I just wanted this to be, you know, 8th note triplets. So now the grid here, as we look at this, will just kind of switch to be triplets. So once you kind of have this little, you know, this little grid here is really helpful for doing that. But, you know, try just Alt, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will just kind of change the, you know, the modes directly there. So at that point, you know, just try. So let's say, okay, we want to, you know, be quarter notes, and let's say quarter notes, just, you know, Alter Option, and as if I hit the right key, we could just change kind of the rhythmic value there. And as you go to enter, you know, just kind of click, and then it will allow you to kind of just drop it based directly on that particular value. So give that a shot. All right, so we have Ariel from Auckland, New Zealand. Thanks for joining us. We realize it's very early or very late there. All right. All right, so we just see a question. How do I change the preference for pre/post effects for aux sends? So, as we want, if we have a number of tracks, let's say if I'm directly here, and I go to the sends. So let's say if I just add, all you have to do is, let's say I'm just going to add, let's say a reverb here. Okay, so to switch it, all you have to do is just right click, and you could, all you have to do is move to pre-fader, post-fader for each slot. So if you just wanted to come here, I wanted that to, pre-fader, post-fader. So let's say I'll add another reverb here. So I could say this one, I want it to be pre-fader. This one, I want it to be post-fader. So it's really just kind of on an individual basis. So I think it's going to default to being post-fader or to pre-fader, but you could just simply, like as we come right over here, we could move the different ones to post or pre just by right-clicking on the actual one. You can see different colors. So it used to be the colors were very similar, so now they're a bit more distinct. So let me know if that was what you wanted to know. All right, so we have a question about the automation tool. Can you go over adjusting the width and depth? It feels finicky for me, probably because I'm not doing it right. Okay, so let's say if I have some automation going on. Okay, so let's say if I have automation going on here, so if I select the points that I want to work with, so just I could kind of, if I wanted to kind of compress the contents, or lower, I could lower and raise the values just by going into top center. If I wanted to compress or expand, we go to the right center edge, and then we could just come right over there. If I wanted to tilt, we could just go directly here to the upper left and right hand corner handles, just like that. So, and again, kind of compress, or if you wanted to, just do that for some of the events, I could take just that section there and increase and still keep the relative automation values intact or not. Or if I wanted to smooth out this automation, I could just kind of do it like that. So let me know if that's the automation tool that you want. Okay, so we have a question. Any suggestions on how to create a project logical editor function to select tracks that contain muted parts? Get the parts selected, but not the tracks. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so let's say I have 2 of these tracks that are muted. Okay, so let's, we'll just kind of start from scratch here. So we want to say, all right, so we're going to say our probably container type is equal to track. And it has I'll just do it for audio now here, and we'll say property is set to event is muted. So let's say okay, so we'll say all right, so let me see if we can get this sorted out. Okay, so I was thinking if we could select tracks that have muted events. Okay, so we can now select the muted events, and let's see. All right, let me check one preference. We may have to do this in a macro. I think there's a preference for selecting the track with the events. Okay, so track selection follows event selection. All right, so let's say if I come here. Okay, so I'm seeing if I could get the, if we select the events here. All right, and I'm just gonna save this. And let's see if I could now select I could play around with it some more. If you want to email me over the weekend, I could see. I may have to use multiple, multiple project logical editor commands, like in combination with the macro. But if you want to email me over the weekend, I just don't want to watch you have to have everyone watch me have a brain cramp here as I'm trying to figure out. But if you want to email me, I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it and see if we can get that figured out for you. Sorry about that. All right, so Nick wants people to mash the like button. All right, so we have a revelation of the day for Gareth with the shuffle mode. He says that adding the combi feature was a big improvement. And he's also saying, so ripple edit. All right, so we have Paul Post on the live stream. Thanks for joining. Saying he always enjoys the live stream. All right. So I see, I'll just make sure I think it's from Ariel. Is there a way keeping the total track range at the same time as what you're doing now? So I think if this was for like with the range tool, that we could do it globally just by holding down Control and Shift and using the range tool, and that will kind of select the range globally. So let me know if that's what you want, if that's what you mean. All right, so we have Neurotic Nexus checking in from Germany. All right, so just see a question. Hey, Greg, can you ask Steinberg to add a JavaScript to the plugin? So if a plugin crash, Cubase will still be up and the plugin will just crash. Yeah, so it's a bit more involved than a JavaScript. So, there's, all sorts of different things. So, sometimes some operating systems don't open that up to other programs that aren't owned by the computer company that makes the operating system. So, it's, ideally we would like to have that, but some of it is out of our control in regards to operating systems. So, but yeah, I know that we would love to have the ability to kind of sandbox plugins that crash, but, Okay, and we also see, can you ask them to add drop to voicing in a chord track and chord pads? This one should be pretty easy to do. All right, so let me just jump back to... All right, so I think if we wanted to... Let's come over here. Let's see if there's... So once you come to the chord pads, you'll see chord voicing style. So if you wanted to go to custom, You could probably just have this set up here. So you could have kind of the highest note, lowest note. So you could do it there or on a chord track as well. So if you have a chord track and you wanted to kind of, play an octave lower, just come over here to set up voicing, and then you could set the lowest root note and the lowest note of the chord directly there as well. So let me know if that works for you, Cubase Chunky. All right, so we just see enjoying your streams is always one concern I have. The upcoming authorized change needs a Steinberg ID. Where can I find it? Greets from Holland. So when you go to your My Steinberg account, and if you don't have a My Steinberg account, you just can create one. Just go to the webpage and go to My Steinberg. But probably if you downloaded anything or activated anything or have a license, you could just go to your My Steinberg account and it's just going to tie directly into that. So maybe it was just different terminology, but just, be your My Steinberg credentials. We're seeing people saying that Hans needs to read the manual, so he does quite well. So. Okay, reading through more comments. So. All right, we see Mark Rabin has joined the live stream. Great to have you on. Mark's in Montana. All right, my live stream just jumped on me, so. All right, I may have lost some questions. Let me just see where we are time-wise. Okay, I'll try to catch up. I may have lost a couple questions. Sorry about that. Okay, so if I lost your question, I'm starting at about 1:40 p.m. on the live stream, about 40 minutes in. So sorry if I lost a couple questions. So it says, Greg, when using Groove Agent SE, I'd like to have multiple samples on one pad. Is there a way to move between the sample layers with the mod wheel? And how do you assign the mod wheel to an effects parameter? So let's go take a quick look. Thanks for all the great questions. Sorry if I did lose your question, feel free to ask it again. So let's say we'll go to Groove Agent SE. Okay, so I'll just take a number of kick drums, and we'll drag it all to one. So, just to kind of switch between them. So I don't think that you could, you could just kind of click, directly here, to switch between the different, I don't know of a way to, switch between the different, let's see, if you wanted to just, put it as a round robin, that every time that it goes through the different cycles, it'll go through the different samples. But I don't know a way to just toggle between, the different samples, as we kind of click here, we could see, okay, maybe we could do it here. So let's say, okay, so I'm just going to click here and my mod wheel. Yeah, so now, and I'll just put this on. All right, so it looks like you could just use your modulation wheel here. To go between, to select the layers using a MIDI controller, set the velocity, right click. Okay, so let's say if I just want to do this to, so it looks like you could just kind of click right there. And if you wanted to, and the second part of this is, how do you assign the mod wheel to effects parameters? So, really all you have to do is any of the parameters, you could right click and learn CC. So let's say, okay, we're going to learn CC on this particular one, and then just move the whatever parameter is that you want. So you could just kind of come here, say learn CC, and then, so give that a try. But try right up here. This, I think that will allow you to kind of use like your modulation wheel to switch between the different sample layers here. All right, so we have Pete in Seattle checking in. Okay, so we just see, is there a function when I play something on my MIDI keyboard I didn't record it that I can still create that MIDI file? All right, so let's say if I'm here and I just played like, the most amazing melody of all time. So we see this little button right next to the transport, and that's called a retrospective record. So I could now just come right over there, and everything that I just kind of played will now just show up directly in the editor. So anything that we just kind of, so anytime if I'm here and I just started playing, like, just hit that button, and that will just kind of put that directly into time. And you could also come over here and work with retrospective recording right there. So I think it's like Shift plus, like if you wanted to do it, you could hit, I think it's Shift plus the asterisk. So if you just played something in, let's say our time positions here. So hit Shift plus the asterisk key on the numeric keypad. And then even if you didn't record, it's still there. It's captured in a buffer, and you could do like, 10,000 notes per track or something ridiculous. So they call it retrospective record. Okay, so I just see got Spectral Layers 8 Pro, but can't get it to be used via Cubase. It does not show up anymore. So where Spectral Layers will show up is just... Okay, so once we have an audio event selected, you want to go to audio to extensions, and that's when, and so you want to have the event selected, then it will launch Spectral Layers Pro via ARA2 so that you could do kind of all of the editing directly there. So once again, go to your audio menu to extensions, and then you'll see Spectral Layers. Just see Gareth asking if I would like to do another song as well. Sure, send it over. I should have some free time over the weekend, so maybe I'll be able to get to it. We see Pablo wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, a great Christmas. Thank you, Pablo. It's nice of you. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so we have Laird checking in. All right, thanks for joining. And we have Laird's in Scotland. You see my Spanish pronunciation for Pablo was okay. Mrs. Ingman, my 8th grade Spanish teacher, she would say, I told you it would come in handy. So. All right, we have Steve Leeds checking in from East Bay. Okay, so we have a comment. So Greg, I just want to confirm that I'm not sacrificing quality when I use a Groove Agent style that is at a particular tempo and bring it into my project, which is at a different tempo. So no, you're not losing quality because, when we're working with Groove Agent, you know, if you're dealing with different patterns. So a lot of times the patterns are really just kind of an indication, you know, just like an idea of where the pattern like originated from, but you could take any pattern and play it at, you know, any particular tempo because it's just triggering MIDI information. So, you know, if you did like half tempo on an audio file, there may be some degradation of the audio. But let's say if I'm just playing this and we can see that this is supposed to be 118 beats a minute, but in essence, all this is doing is triggering internal, like an internal sequencer that's triggering these notes. So when we slow down to 80, you know, there's no quality difference. You know, maybe that particular pattern may not work as well at, you know, let's say 56 beats a minute. But again, there's no degradation in pattern, or if I want it to be 156 beats a minute. Or 188. And then the next measure, 88. So those patterns just kind of give you maybe more of an indication of what the original pattern was recorded at, so that if you're looking for something that was intended to be within this particular tempo range, you could find it, but there's no degradation, there's no quality loss that way. Okay, so we just see I'm new to Cubase. I need to understand how to import tracks into my tracks from Arcade. So I'm not sure if Arcade is a DAW or an instrument or what Arcade is, but you know, basically you can import any standard audio file. You know, so if it's an audio file or MIDI information, you know, we could come over here and just, you know, be able to import all of the files directly into Cubase. So if it's a standard file, but I'm not familiar with if Arcade is an instrument or a DAW, like an audio recording program, if you could maybe give some more information. But if it's MIDI information or audio information, you can just simply, you know, simply import, you know, those files directly in. So just try going to import audio file, MIDI file, video file, and you can get started there. All right, so we have Hamid from Ghent in Belgium. Thanks for joining. So we see, Greg, can you demo the lo-fi piano? So I haven't really had a chance to work so much with it, but so I was going to play with it over the weekend. I just downloaded it like 5 minutes before the live stream. But, you know, so it's a new library from Steinberg. So Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays. So if I wanted to come over here, so I think what it's kind of intended to be, you know, like kind of a distressed piano sound. So if I wanted to. So when you come over here, we can see kind of our macro view. And let's say I'll just undock. This, and it's kind of, oh, sorry about that. Let me just. That's a cool thing with how you can be able to kind of just undock different components. I think it's kind of, you know, you're going to have, you know, flutter, kind of compression, it looks like. So if we activate this, different forms of saturation, probably like a reduction in quality, as well as filters and different reverbs, and you have different reverb types. So it kind of gives you, so I think it's kind of a quick, dirty, interesting piano sound instrument. So, you know, you could use it for lots of different genres. I don't think it's really intended to replace the grand or anything like that. All right, so we have Cedric from India checking in. Thanks for being a part of the live stream. All right, so we see, can we change the background color of Cubase? So if you wanted to change the background color, if you go to Preferences, and then if you go to Color Schemes, you can see the project area background, and you could just double click there, and let's say if I just wanted to move this vertically up, if I wanted to be more white, we could do stuff like that very easily. So just look at project area background. You can also change the editor area background, but if you just wanted to come right there. So once again, preferences, under user interface, color schemes, project area background. That's how you could change the color. All right, so we just see feature request, hi Greg Little / big request. When global tracks view at the top, please let there be audio and MIDI instrument tracks included at the top. Global tracks view for audio track editor. Cheers. So, you know, at some point you have, you know, the intention was to have lots of people that were like, you know, composers that, you know, I remember Pinar Toprak, you know, when we were showing her Cubase 11 for the first time, and, you know, she saw the global tracks, and like her comment was, oh, I spend more time in this editor than I see my children. And she's like, I love my kids, you know, but, you know, so at a certain point, we can't necessarily have like the whole project window in here, but, you know, I mean, because you could have the two views already synchronized as we do this, and a lot of people will, you know, so as we kind of work and we see like an audio event, you know, we could, you know, do tremendous amount of audio editing already on the main project window with this. So I'm not sure, you know, if it makes sense to, you know, have a whole project window in here, you know, but we just wanted people to be able to access like see markers and chord tracks and transpose tracks and video tracks within the full screen mixing window, but I'll definitely pass it along as feedback. All right, great to see Mandy Lane on the live stream. Thanks for joining. All right, so we have a question from Jay. Can remote control use knobs to cover ranges such as all of the quantized values or all of the time signatures, etc. So I don't think that we could go through, like scroll through different time signatures. But I think even if we wanted to, you know, some controllers might be able to do it. Let's see if we could, if I get this going, maybe, let's see if we could maybe configure a generic remote for quantize or for our different, so I'll just do a quick learn. Okay, so we'll say controller 40. Let's see if there is maybe a select next quantize. Okay. So now that I did this, I could just use my controller to scroll through all of my different quantize settings. I don't think we could do that for, so, and again, I just set up my controller 40 and I just said command quantize category to select next quantize, but I don't think we could do it for, you know, assigning, you know, because there's the time signatures need to be kind of entered in manually, but if you wanted to just change your quantize value using using a fader, you could set that up there quite easily. All right. All right, so we have Graham Witcher just on the live stream. Thanks for joining us. He's happy to be here on a Friday. All right, so we have a question. How's it going? When I import tracks from a location on my hard drive and forget to choose the save a local copy option, can I do it after bringing in the tracks? Yeah, so if you know, if you want, all you have to do is go to the pool window, and you might be able to do it just from the media menu as well, but there is just a just look at it in the pool window quickly. But if we have stuff, I think you could just come over here and hit prepare archive. I think would move it all into the, that would move files from different locations into the project folder for you. So just use the prepare archive function. Okay, so we see just a question. What is the best way to have two MIDI input devices go to one VST instrument track while having a third MIDI external MIDI input go to a second track for live use? So what I would do is come over here and we'll say, once you go to your MIDI port setup, you know, so if you have like two controllers, we could leave those in all MIDI input. So if you're doing this live, and let's say I wanted to use my CC121 port to play back a particular instrument. So I will choose to not have this show up in all MIDI input ports. So once again, studio to studio setup, go to MIDI port setup, and we want to choose one of them to not be in all MIDI inputs. So when we go to a MIDI track and we choose in all MIDI inputs, it could see two of the instruments, but not the other instrument. So now if I wanted to play my other instrument independently, as I go to this, I would, instead of choosing in all MIDI inputs, the default, I would choose just the particular device directly. So that device is only communicating to this channel, and the two other devices, two other MIDI controllers, are going to the rest of them. So once again, go to your studio setup and just tell one of them not to be in all MIDI inputs and define that input directly for the other track. All right, you see Gareth is signing off for a bit. Thanks for joining us. Hope you can make it back. He's probably getting dinner for his family. See, Uno Memento is passing on ice cream for everyone since Michael Teams hasn't joined yet. You see Michael Teams is having, oh, you see Michael Teams is joined. So now everyone will start getting ice cream. All right, so we see question. Is there a way to back up or clone my Cubase Pro so I can easily transfer from desktop to laptop without installing all the plugins all over again? So, so if you're doing that, so with the Cubase parts, there are utilities that will allow you to kind of, I think Norton used to make one called Norton Ghost, and I'm sure that there's freeware utilities that could kind of copy systems from one to another, so, but it could be problematic if there are different components. It works best if you have kind of like the same computer, but going from a desktop to a notebook, and you may have like some system components that may not carry over, but generally, all of the, the plugins will take space. I mean, you could try utility to do that. Something like, I'm sure there's a 21st century version of Norton Ghost that's probably works better. But, if you wanted like all of your user settings, which is usually kind of could be the problematic part that you've, painstakingly set up to customize for your particular workflows, consider going to the edit menu to the profile manager and exporting from one to the next. So that won't carry over all your plugins. And if you have third-party plugins, there's nothing that Steinberg could do for the installation of those on your system. So. All right. You see Graham Witcher just saying, I really think you can't go wrong with the RoomWorks reverb in Cubase. It's such a warm sounding reverb and works just as well as Revelation and Reverence in his opinion. So yeah, it's a great one. I just saw kind of a big rock producer just kind of posted it, and he was like, "This is my secret," and it's like RoomWorks SE. It was like his secret reverb. It's kind of funny. He posted on Facebook. Right. Okay, so we just see from Trance 2020, I have a MIDI generator plugin that loads as a VST instrument. It generates MIDI data on 5 MIDI channels at once. How can I route these to instruments loaded into Halion 6? All right, so so when we go, if we have a Halion instance here, so let's say our Halion Sonic SE can be a multi-timbral instrument. So when we look at it, we could have 16 different MIDI channels. So if you had a device that was transmitting to different ones, so if you wanted to take, so what most people would do is to have, like, if we wanted 5 channels, we would have 5 different, I'll just start from scratch here just to show. So let's say we would start with Halion Sonic, or I think, let's see if the question was on Halion or specifically. Okay, in Halion 6, so we'll just go ahead and do it with Halion 6. Okay, so let's say, all right, so I have this instrument, and now I'm going to add, let's say, I'm going to add 5 MIDI tracks to Halion. Okay, so now as I come over here, these have automatically been incrementally added, and we see the MIDI channel. When I select the next track, it's 2. I go down 1, it's channel 3, channel 4, channel 5, channel 6, etc. So now that I have this set up, if I go to, just work on different instruments here, and I'll load these will go to MIDI channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So let's say we'll just load a couple more. Okay, so now when I play this, it's going to play that, and then channel 2 will be routed to my amped Electra, and let's say now I want to switch this to. All right, so we can come over here, and then we'll just see. All right, so so now these tracks are automatically routed into, directly into here. Let's just. Okay, so, and what we could do if we wanted to route specific MIDI channels to, to this, all we have to do is we go to the input transformer. So, Cubase will take any MIDI channel input, and the channel that it's being sent to is set directly here. But sometimes you may need to have controllers that are sending to different MIDI channels. And how we could do that is just to set up the input transformer, and we could do this locally or globally. And there's different presets. So we could say, okay, I want it to come here, and on this one, we could just go to its channel filtering. So we could say, okay, this will be channel 1. When I go to channel 2, this will only take MIDI channel 2 messages. Once we have this module set up, and we say channel filtering here. So now every channel except MIDI channel 2 will be ignored on this track. Every channel except MIDI channel 1 will be ignored on this. So you'll probably have the instrument, if it's transmitting MIDI, you'll see it as an available MIDI input port. Set that there, and then set the input transform, which is this little squiggly line. You can do it globally or locally, probably local in this scenario, and go to the channel filtering options. And then that way that filters out all of the other MIDI channels that aren't set for that. And that way your software instrument could play 6 independent sounds directly inside of Hallion. All right, reading through comments. All right, great to see Tim Weinheimer on the question. All right, so we see, hi Greg, question, how to comp track versions to create new? Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see if I still have this in, yep. All right, so in this particular recording, I have a number of tracks that are kind of laid out into lanes. Okay, so if I have these as like lanes, it's really easy to kind of come over here and just say, okay, I wanted to use the hand tool to switch between different takes. But if we have these as like different track versions, so what I want to do is I'm going to, we'll select these, and I'll go to my project menu, and we'll say, under track versions, we'll say create versions from lanes. So now I could come over here and we could see different lanes. So I could say, okay, here's, you know, version 2, version 3, and you may have to unmute these. So say if we're here. All right, so now if I wanted to comp these, I could start off with a new version. So what I want to do is say, okay, I like, you know, this part of, I'll just select this part of, I want to start with version 1. I'm going to copy, then go to our new version here, and I'm going to hit Alt or Option plus V, and that will paste at origin. So let's say, okay, now I want to go to take 3 next. So I will take this and I just want to copy and come over here, go to version 8. I will say, okay, right now at this point, I want to Alt or Option plus V. So you can see that was take 1. You know, this could be, we could look at this as track version 1, track version 3, track version 4. So just copy, and then, you know, if you want to keep it at the same time, you could just do a paste at origin, which is instead of Control or Command V, Alt or Option V, and that will keep it at the same time. So give that a try. So you could do comping either in track versions or using kind of the comping tool with lanes. All right, so we see from Best Korean, just says, thank you, Greg, I really enjoy these. It's great. I hope it's helpful. Just see a comment from Nick. Some discussion of Atari computers. I remember, it's just Nick is saying, I remember fixing my Atari computer by dropping it on a desk. So yeah, it was kind of a classic thing where you could just kind of bend them a little bit. So I knew a guy that used to fix Atari computers, and we would have a lot of people that would actually put their computer in the back seat and drive, and by the time they got to the shop it was working, and that kind of fixed it. So before low tolerances for manufacturing. Okay, lost my place in timeline. There's a lot of active discussion today. Thanks for all the great questions. Michael Teams has granted Cedric 14 scoops of Dutch chocolate ice cream. Oh, that's good. All right, so we see, is there any way to change / edit content set attribute in MediaBay for my non-Steinberg samples and loops? All right, so let's take a look. So we'll come over here to the MediaBay. All right, so if we open up kind of the right-hand side here and then click on settings. All right, so we can see content settings here. All right, so it looks like so I'll have that. And let's see if we come over here to our content set. Okay, let me just. Looks like it might be kind of fixed to the particular plugin. Let me just. Yeah, I know we can add kind of our own additional ones. So we'll just come over here, call this Millard. But some of them may be fixed as part of the plugin. So let's say if I wanted to come here to the settings. Sorry about that. All right. So I thought that you might be able to just kind of add the metadata here. Let me just. Just gonna make sure I'm reading it right as well here real quick. So I thought a lot of it, I don't have any non-Steinberg content on, but you could try, just coming over here and see if we see the content set and select that. Yeah, I thought you could do it in there. Maybe like we can adjust some things, but that may be kind of a fixed attribute. But I could play around with my studio computer, which has some third-party contents on it. All right, so we have Tiago checking in from Brazil. Thanks for joining us. All right. So we see just a question. Hello, my friend, longtime fan, first time asking a question. I was wondering if you could tell me what steps I can take to ensure my entire project is being recorded in 528 hertz instead of at 440. So generally the tuning, like when people talk about 440 hertz, they're talking about tuning. There are some people that will, there's different theories that, tuning down, like tuning your A from 440, to 432 is more cosmically aligned. And, I've read stuff like that. Some people have very distinct feelings, like Stevie Wonder. To him, A is, and he has like amazing ears, but definitely him, A is 442 and not 440. But anything that you record as audio, however it is tuned, will be recorded and Cubase will capture. So, so usually when, when people say something like instead of 440, it's like Cubase isn't tuning, but is just capturing whatever audio it is, if your guitar is in tune or if you set a tuning scale, whatever, Cubase isn't going to alter the audio for that. So, but let me know if I misunderstood. Okay, so we just see Steinberg showed a hardware VSTi unit once, Retrolog, I think. Has that project been dropped or is it still active? So it wasn't a Steinberg product, but there was a company that had made a hardware version of Retrolog. So I think it's still available. It's not a Steinberg product, but it was just another company that made a hardware version of it. So I think it's still out. I remember seeing it kind of at like a German music show. I've never seen one, but I don't have any inclination to think that it's not still available. I would tend to use the software version myself, but I thought that was kind of an interesting time when people were making hardware versions of software. I think it was the first time that happened, maybe. Okay, so we see question, do buyers of Nuendo 11, like if I bought today, get a free upgrade to Nuendo 12 when it comes out as Cubase users do? So they haven't announced when the grace period for Nuendo will start, so I couldn't guarantee it. They've been pretty generous with grace periods. I know Dorico is from like August 25th of this year to its release date, and they're doing kind of an extended one on Cubase, but they haven't announced when the grace period for Nuendo, when that has started. So we can't say for sure. Okay, so we see, thank you for the help with the automation. This is from Best Korean Jesus. It was super helpful. Yeah, so there's like a great little handy things like that. So All right, so we see question, can I put my own samples on media with cover art? So if you wanted to do like where you see the different loop libraries with this cover artwork, I don't think that's available to end users. Like to, yeah, I think you might have to be set up as kind of like a Steinberg partner for that. But I think if you email about becoming like a Steinberg partner, that you can, you know, that you might be able to do it that way. So, but I think by default, the answer is generally no. Okay, so we have a question. This is Matt Elder from Canada. I'm trying to use VST Connect SE with a buddy, and I can hear him through my headphones, and I can record into his DAW, but I can't hear the playback music. Okay, so and let me just. I'm trying to figure out if you're the performer or the engineer. So. Okay, so all right, so it just says all right, so I'll read it again. So I'm trying to use VST Connect with a buddy, and I can hear him through my headphones, and I can record into his DAW, but I can't hear the playback music. How do I fix it? You know, so it's probably going to be, you know, once you're doing this. So let's say if we go to our VST Connect SE, you know. All right. So, and let's say if you've logged on with your Mike Steinberg account, so it sounds like that's all going kind of as expected. But, you know, at this point, you know, check your control room configuration because you have to have like the VST Connect sent here out, you know, so, and it's going to probably create its own VST Connect Q mix. And one of the things that, you know, and if you're the performer who's recording into your buddy's system, you're using the VST Connect performer. But the one thing that often fixes it, if you just kind of come over here and just, you know, go to your VST Cloud menu to VST Connect SE and just click on check and repair configuration. And then, all right, so let's just see if I could, usually I have this kind of, I don't have my other computer turned on, but, you know, but you could just kind of check that, but that will often fix it. I could have it set up for next, for Tuesday's live stream if you're able to join then. All right, so we see from Graham Witcher, let's get as many of us as possible in the December Zoom. I haven't joined the Zoom yet, but want to do it for December. So yeah, that would be wonderful. So that's how we kind of started our little Zoom meetups. So, but I think our last live stream, I don't think I'm going to do one on the 28th just for holidays, but I think our last live stream may be on the 22nd. So it would be... I think it's the 22nd, so it would be a week from Tuesday. So maybe we could, you know, and if people want to let me know if we want to do like a, you know, because we'll miss a couple of live streams because probably no one wants to do a live stream on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, I assume. So, and I'll have those days off as holidays. But if we wanted to do since there is shorter time, if we wanted to do a full live stream on Tuesday and maybe Wednesday do a Zoom, or if you wanted to do our typical 2 hours live stream and 2 hours of Zoom, or however long it lasts, we could do that as well. So if people want to let me know, and I'll get the Zoom set up. So if people want invitations. All right, so just see from John Costigan, I have inadvertently added 3 extra notes to an instrument pad in Groove Agent 5. How do I remove them? Thanks. So I think this might have been directed to someone else, but let me tackle it here quickly. Okay, so let's say I have a number of samples here, and they're all on the different pads. All right, so if we look here, John, so if we go to the instrument to edit, so let's say if I wanted to get rid of 3 samples, you could just select them here, right click, and cut sample. Let's cut all of them. See if that does it for all of them. Okay, so what you could do is drag them to another pad, the 3 that you don't want. And then you'll have fewer samples here, but let's see, there's another way of doing that. So try giving that a try. So I realize, and if you have all of these full, what you could do is just kind of drag it over to maybe bank 8 and drag and drop it there, and then kind of jump back. So, and then once it's on its own pad at this point, just come right over here, and then you could cut the pad, and then we go back to the original samples. You could get rid of the samples that way. There may be a more elegant solution, but that'll work. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to compress tempo track fluctuations? I created a tempo track using tempo detection, but the music tempo is oscillating a bit off. I want the tempo to be more fairly subtle. So yeah, you could do that. So I'll show you. I'll just do a quick tempo detection to show. So it's kind of maybe fluctuating a little too much. So what we could do, let me see if I have the project. Okay, so do this one here. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick tempo detection. Let's say, the tempos were fluctuating a little more than we would like. So I'll go to the tempo detection here. So all we have to do, and this is just kind of like the automation functionality. So I'm going to come here, and I could select the tempo information. And if I wanted to kind of compress, I could just go to the right center edge, and then we could compress or expand kind of the tempo data to kind of smooth it out. So there's less fluctuations, or maybe you want a little more fluctuations. You could just kind of do it just like that. So that's all you have to do. So right center edge will bring it all up or down, and then you could tilt. Or if you wanted to do just a section, you could say, okay, just if you select from the bottom here, you could say, okay, I want that more steady, or I wanted that to fluctuate more, whatever is selected. All right, so we see Graham Witchers hit the like button. He's number 73. So if you do learn something new, make sure that you do hit the like button, or if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a method to export all project data, including the WAV files, MIDI data, and effects into a zipped file? So, anytime that you have a project folder, so generally you're going to have a folder which will have like an audio files folder, maybe an edits folder, a mixdown folder. When you see the folder, if you don't open up the wrong program, all you have to do, because both operating systems will allow you to compress content. So I'll just come over here to my documents. Let's go to my projects. So as I come here, so if I wanted to take a particular project with all the, with all of the files in it, all I have to do is say, okay, I want it to go to like this mic comparison. I could just come right over here and right click, and then all you have to do is just say compress, and that will turn it into a zip file, and you can do very similar things on Windows 10. So then everything, this way you could pass on one file instead of like, different hierarchies of folders, and everything will be just done. So it's really kind of, not a Cubase function, but done just kind of at the operating system level. And then you can pass on that one file that could be decompressed on the other end. Okay, all right, so we see, what are some creative uses for foot pedals? I'm feeling experimental. Like when I'm, I haven't done it in a while, but when I was like recording bands and stuff like that, I would use a foot switch to turn on like, the talkback microphone in Cubase. So, depending on like what projects I'm doing, and, I assign these through like a generic remote. You could do that easily enough, but like instead of having to hit the talk back every time, I would just have a foot switch. If I'm doing a lot of editing, like I've done like books on tape editing, and you may just, do an edit and undo, do this, undo, undo. So I will have a foot switch set up to do undo. Maybe if you want it to control transport, or to control a macro, so anything that just kind of transmits MIDI, anything where you're annoyed that you have to like, grab your mouse or hit a keyboard shortcut, you're a bassist or a guitarist or a piano player, keyboardist, and you don't want to leave your, you don't want your hands to leave your instrument, and you need to, rewind, go to the beginning, punch in, turn on, monitor enable, whatever you need to. Anything where you're tired of using your hands to reach out to do something, set it up for a foot switch. And, it's an easy way to work faster. So depending on what types of projects you're working on, I'll assign foot switches for different things. All right, so we see a question. Is musical mode only applicable to audio events? I have a part, but when I change tempo in the tempo track, it does not automatically fit to the new tempo grid using drum editor in Cubase Pro 11. So generally it will, so music, generally by default, MIDI will be in musical mode by default. So let me just jump to a quick project here. But the tracks themselves can be in musical or linear mode. So let's say if I'm here and I go to a pattern and I drag the pattern pad over. So right now, usually by default, when I'm playing at 120 beats a minute, and let's say I change the tempo here to 80, that the track follows. Now, when the track could not follow is the track itself could be in musical or linear mode. So if it's in musical mode, it will follow whatever the bar and beat is regardless of the tempo. But if it's in linear mode, so let's say I start off at 100 beats a minute, and I put this track here, and we see this little toggle. So when this is in linear mode, so we listen to, we'll get our tempo here. So let's say now I want to go to 150 beats a minute. As that plays back kind of the same, it'll play back, basically the same, and I'll just turn that off, but sorry about that. So regardless of wherever my tempo is, so if I just come over here to 50 beats a minute, it will still play back the same speed. But once this is in musical mode, that track will follow whatever tempo that you have. So the track itself could be in musical or linear mode, and that's also helpful for like, okay, I wanted to have this cymbal sound, for lined up where a cloud comes in the movie, but I need to do tempo changes on the music, but I want that cymbal sound to come where that cloud does every time. I could just have that one cymbal sound for that cloud on a track that's in linear mode, and have the other parts that I want to change tempo on tracks that are in musical mode. All right, so we see my question, how to extract multi-audio tracks from multi-MIDI tracks in Kontakt. So I don't have Kontakt, but probably all you would need to do is come over here to the export audio mixdown. And then if you have all of your different Kontakt instruments, go to multiple, and then you can say, okay, I want to go to all my instrument tracks, and now when we do a batch export, all of the different instruments can be rendered as independent audio files. So go to the File menu to export audio mixdown and click on multiple, and then you could select your Kontakt outputs there, and they'll all be rendered independently. All right, so we just see, hi Greg, how do I make a stereo track to mono? So if I wanted to just, convert a track, we could just come right over here and just say we want to convert multi-channel to mono. And then we could just kind of have your mono tracks just laid out just like that. So I see, sir, when can we see the very audio issue resolved? We cannot split a note at the very beginning and at the end during pitch corrections in Cubase 11. So, it could be just part of the segmentation of that, but I've passed it along already to see if there could be any changes with that or if it's just how the algorithm works. All right. So we see a question, Cubase 11 having an issue in a project, unable to start project from bar 1, audio peaks, move transport anywhere else, it works. So maybe, so I'm not sure if there's a lot of, instruments or, different plugins that need to do look ahead. But sometimes it may be too much data for your CPU, and some plugins, maybe it's not able to process like pre-buffering for compressors and look ahead compressors and stuff like that. But if you wanted to, you could just come over here and go to the project setup and see a display bar offset and try set that to 1. And at that point, you could have a 0 bar and keep everything at measure 1 and see if that helps. But it may be, you could also try to raise your buffer by going into your studio to the studio setup. And when you go to the control panel for your audio interface, try raising the buffer, and that may alleviate it as well. All right. All right, you see, Uno Momento is offering all Cubase users a pint of beer in honor of his birthday tomorrow. It'll be 60. That's great. Happy birthday. Have a wonderful celebration. Thanks for having your birthday eve with us. So we just see a question from Jeff. Is there a clip pan function similar to clip gain, hoping to be able to pan individual clips without having to automate channel panner? So not really. There's no equivalent. But if you wanted to just come over here, you could just say, okay, I want to go to my linked panner. And then at this point, you could just, it's pretty easy just to, have your pan, in between if you wanted to, just like that. But there's no equivalent. I think Wavelab as an audio editor in a montage, you could switch from panning to volume, but not in Cubase. Sorry about that. All right, so we see Pablo wants vintage open deck for Christmas, so that'll be good. It's a great plugin. All right, so we see a question about MediaBay when it's on the right side versus F5. I like the way it shows the loops and samples on the side. Is it possible to do the same in a full view mode? All right, so when we go to the full view mode, it's broken down into 3 different sections. Let's say we go here to the F5 if we just want the samples. So, at this point let's go to the setup window. So if I don't want to see the file browser, we could just hide that, but I'm not sure if we could rearrange it. Let me just... Yeah, but you could just kind of hide the data tree if you wanted to, and just be able to have that on the left-hand side. Just seeing if there's a way to kind of just swap the different content here. I think it's going to be kind of fixed to the left, but you could hide the file browser just by clicking there, and then that will be kind of on the left-hand side, kind of like the full version. All right, thanks for all the great questions. You see Tiago just loves having the very audio and using it in the pro version, so that's great. All right, so we have a question. Just says, I'm facing audio crackles when using Cubase while connecting to the internet. Any advice? It is ended while disconnected. So a lot of times, Wi-Fi network adapters are kind of notorious for interrupting kind of like high performance tasks for audio. So, it could happen sometimes, running a wired connection can make. So if you're doing Wi-Fi and you have the option to run wired, consider that, or make sure that you have the latest drivers. But a lot of times Wi-Fi networks kind of have a tendency to, even when they're not doing anything, just to say, hey, look for me. And that kind of interrupts the audio real-time processing capabilities. So it's something that, a lot of people try to avoid having Wi-Fi in your computer just for those. So if you have the option of doing wired, you could try that, or, make sure that you have the latest, drivers for your Wi-Fi in your computer if you're running Wi-Fi, or for your network connection. All right, so we see a question from Sven Isaacson. There's Cyber Week's deals for just about all Steinberg software except Absolute. Am I missing something? I was hoping to pick up Cyber Update deal for Absolute 5. So, generally there was an Absolute promotion this past summer. And so, generally they all kind of go in different cycles. So there will probably be other promotions coming in the future. So Absolute didn't make it in. It's still, fairly new program. So sometimes when something is 6 months old, they don't necessarily run a special on it because people are, it's still new to the market. So, so we may be in that instance for Absolute as well. Just getting a call from my friend Sal. I'll have to call him back. I thought I saw him on the live stream earlier. All right, so we just see question. I'd like to annotate something that happens in an audio track event. My flute goes up an octave and the tune gets more frenetic at the start of bar 24 during the event. What options are open to me? So it just seems kind of like, maybe that happens. All right, so let's say if I have this loop here playing, so let's say I have this. I'll just revert this quickly. The first thing I would do is select the event, and if it's in musical mode, try turning musical mode off. So let's say if I have this event, I could select the event and turn musical mode off. Now what it could be, what it sounds like is maybe there's a tempo. Let's see if we have a tempo track here. So let's say our tempo is set to 100 beats a minute. And if it's in musical mode, depending on the algorithm, let's say you have it set to a tape algorithm. At this point, if I have the audio file playing and I jump up, let's say to 180 beats a minute in the middle of the file, that the pitch will change. And this is when you're in kind of the tape modes here, that is kind of mimicking an analog tape machine. So if the tempo doubles, the pitch will double and kind of sound frenetic. So try to make sure, that if you turn it on here and just turn musical mode off and play, if it sounds right. And then if you do need to stretch it to be in musical mode, try to make sure that you're not in one of the elastic tape modes there. And let us know how that works. All right, so we have David M. checking in from Liverpool. Thanks for joining. So see from JVI is like, wow, uncheck a MIDI device and all MIDI inputs, a revelation for me. So hopefully that helps. All right, so we have Mikhail checking in from Quebec. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. All right, so we see from Neurotic Nexus, maybe does not really make sense for many. I'm just wondering, but if the send levels and the audio send slots can be displayed in percentage instead of level numbers, asking for a friend, so what this is, when we go to the sends, this is tied to a very specific dB level. So, and that's why we see, that's the scale that's being used, as opposed to kind of percentages, because that's, how, basically the volume here. So just like we see our dB represented here, we don't see percentage, just so that, because that's going to have a relationship to the gain structure. So that, okay, if I want it to be minus 2.75 on on 3 different tracks, as opposed to, because the percentage could also be based upon the percentage of the input signal. So I don't think that would be changed. But I think that's why they kind of give you the visual graphic, so that you can get a sense of, how much is actually being utilized, graphically there. So you get kind of and can eyeball a percentage. So, Okay, so just see, can someone explain to me why I need to delay a stereo track by inserting a delay plugin every time to align with ambisonics track while monitoring constrained delay compensation is off? So it seems, like, I don't know, sometimes, if there's so I'm not sure if you're, if it's using, sometimes I've seen situations like that when a plugin wasn't reporting its latency correctly. But if you want to send me a project to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I would be happy to take a look at it. But I have a sense that it might, and I see, you say that the constrained delay compensation is off, meaning that I assume off is meaning that it's not enabled. But if you have, if that makes a difference, toggling the status of the constrained delay compensation, if you could let us know that. Okay, so we have a question. Can you explain about track versions and IDs? Sometimes I try to change version for multiple tracks at once, but Cubase tells me that the version does not exist in some tracks, but they do. Okay, so let's see if we could break it. See how we're doing on time. Okay, we're doing kind of where I thought we were at. Okay, so let's say now what I want to do is we'll create a new track version for all these. Okay, and I'll do one more. Okay, so let's say if I right, so when we come over here, we could select them all. All right, now one thing that sometimes let's say if I come over here, let's say if we go to version 2, but I don't have that track selected, sometimes I think the track selection may make a difference. And now if I wanted to come here, and let's say if I wanted to change one, right, so let's say we'll select all tracks with the same version ID. Right. So, and I think if we wanted to, let's come over here to track versions, and then I think if it's still kind of acting up, that you could, one thing to try is to come over here, and if you find out it's off, is maybe just to assign a common version ID. So if you do change it, but you could just kind of come over there, but that all seems to be kind of working as expected. But if you have a project that you want to share with me, please feel free to send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we have a question. Is there a way to freeze all the tracks at once, and can you make it a macro? So instead of freezing the tracks, I think kind of the better solution might be just to do a render in place. So let's say if I want it to and I'll just come right over here. Let's add an instrument track. Let's make it a retro log. But if I just have like these tracks selected, you have a lot more flexibility with just doing render in place, and you could do mixed audio and so if I wanted to come here, I could mix these all down to one track. I could just say, okay, I wanted to include channel settings, the reverbs, the master effects. We could mix it all down to one file. We could add tails. We could do it as one event. So I could just render kind of multiply selected tracks as audio right there. So, and if you want it to be super clean, you could then, hide the tracks, or you could also, if you have the track selected, just come over here and in the render in place option. So say you go to the render settings, you could just choose to disable or remove the source track. So you're like, okay, I have everything rendered. Now I just have 2 audio files, and the original files, the MIDI will just be gone. And that way you could still edit the MIDI without having to unfreeze it constantly. If you wanted to, it could just be muted, disabled, or erased. So if you want to, freeze multiple tracks, just render in place multiple tracks. I think it's a much better method. Okay. Read through comments. Okay, so we see from John Costigan, I'm trying to play a MIDI drum set through an interface, Alesis IO into the standalone Groove Agent 5. I have noticeable latency. How do I improve it? So let's go ahead and take a look at the Groove Agent 5 here. Okay, so say we'll just open up Groove Agent SE here. All right, so when you're doing this, make sure that that you have the correct, audio driver set up. So you probably see, okay, I'm going to have my MIDI input here, but make sure that this is set to your, if it's running into like your, I think maybe you have a Focusrite interface, but if it's running into like through your Windows driver as opposed to the ASIO driver, make sure that you're running that directly into the ASIO driver instead of like the, generic Windows driver. But give that a shot and that should take care of it for you. But often it's kind of maybe loading up the Windows driver as opposed to the ASIO driver. And once you have it set in Cubase, you don't think about it, but you may have to manually set it inside of standalone Groove Agent. All right. So we have a question. Anyone want to tell me why there are 3 mix consoles? Is it for A/B testing? So a lot of people use it for different tasks. Some people may have one mix console that is all audio channels, one that's all inputs. Let's say if you're tracking 128 tracks of a live concert, you may want to have one mix console that's dedicated just for inputs. Maybe one that's for groups and effects and outputs. So you could have different types of tracks in different mix consoles so that you're not always constantly having to hide or select different channels without any concerns for, saying, I want to see this now in this one. I want to see this in this one. You could have each mixer set up for different states, different metering settings, different, channel views. So those types of things. That's why there's 3 different mix consoles. All right, reading through comments. All right, my chat field just jumped on me. Try to find where I was. Thanks for all the great questions. Okay, so I think I'm back to where I was. All right, so we see someone just mentioning, I just discovered workspaces. It's going to speed up so much of my workflow, so it's great. See, from the best Green Jesus says the funniest part of these streams is I ask a very simple question, I get answers I didn't know was an option. Thank you, Greg. You're welcome. So. All right, so I've been granted 24 scoops of blackberries and cream ice cream for me and my family. Thank you, Michael Teams. It's very generous. So we see a question. How do you stream your channel live with making music? So what I do is I use OBS and I connect that into YouTube, but I have my audio interface for Cubase, and that's sending an analog output into a Yamaha MG10XU mixer. My microphone is going into the same Yamaha MG10XU. And in terms of OBS for the setup, I'll show it to you here. So Cubase is using one audio interface. My OBS is using the MGXU. So that way I could turn down a fader if I need a cough, or, you know, and I could change sample rates without any problem. So I just use OBS and then I start to stream there. So I have one audio interface for Cubase, one for and one for the stream, and I find that works well, and I don't have to think about it because there's enough stuff for me to think about having to do all this by myself. Okay. See, Jazz Dude's mentioning he had a TX16W sampler, the Yamaha sampler. It's kind of legendary for being so friendly to use. Let's see. I just see from Cubase Junkie, it says my other favorite version is Cubase 6 when it introduced a chord track to the world, and other companies stole it. So I think that came in Cubase 7. So those, the chord track and the new mix console, those were some big themes in Cubase 7. In 2012. All right, so we see Mark Rabin has a session he's going to get to. Okay, still reading through comments. All right, so we see Rob from Tarpon Springs, Florida. All right, so he's just see, how do I import some Hallian brass tracks from one project to another? So, you know, if it was actually just used in, let's come over here. All right, so let's say if I'm here and I'm find something that's not annoying. All right, so let's say if I come here and I have this project and I now all right, so back to my trumpet playing day. So let's say I save this as I'll just save this to my desktop. And if I'm in a new project, so if I wanted like that part with all of its data, I could just create an empty one. And now I would say, let's import tracks from project. Okay. Okay, so now I could come over here. We'll say, okay, let's go to the Hallion 6 to add the brass part, and we could do it a new track if we didn't want to include the events and parts, or I could just come right over here and include that. And now all the parts I just played. So that's how you can do it. So, you know, once it's in a project, you could just simply import tracks from another project into any other project. All right, so we have Benny joining from Stockholm. Thanks for joining the live stream. All right, so I just see, thanks, Greg, for the Groove Agent 5 tips. I just had another idea in the middle of another question I wanted to try with the Groove Agent 5. I'll just try it real quick before I forget. Okay, so let's say if we have these on, let's say if I select this and if I hit the delete key, no, that does it all. I thought maybe hitting delete or backspace might just do the selected sample, but the other way should get you there. All right, so we see just a question, how difficult to go from Cakewalk to Cubase? So, you know, there's been a huge migration of Cakewalk and Sonar users to Cubase. I never ran a program, but I know many people on the live stream did. I think Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina, he's made the transition and many others. So, but many people have done it, been doing it for decades. Okay, so we just see a question from Jeff Sabelski. Since I have both Cubase 11 Pro and Nuendo 11, will Cubase 11 Pro upgrades ever have what Nuendo won't? Only need to upgrade Nuendo from here on out. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I mean, there may be one or two kind of very, very minor features, but I think, you know, the intention is basically, you know, Nuendo will have all of the, you know, 99.99% of Cubase features plus more specialized tools. All right, so we just see Tiago saying, question about the drum MIDI part in musical mode worked. Thanks, that's great. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so we see question, it says, using send effects Revelation, sometimes I need to set FX feeder very high, close to 0 dB, even with Revelation mix is set to 100%, trying different effects presets. What am I doing wrong? All right, so let's go ahead and just load up a quick drum set here. Okay, so let's say we just have our drums playing and we wanted to set effects feeder very high. So let's say if I'm doing this and all right, so we're going to add an effects channel to the selected channel. So let's say we go to the Revelation here. All right, so I think what Jan is saying, that when we go to the audio sends, that he has to kind of set that. Now, one of the things that it could also be is, let's say if we move it to pre-fader, you know, so check. So let's say if we have this on post fader and I am playing this, you know, if my fader, the fader balance, so, you know, check to see if you move it to like pre-fader. It doesn't matter where the fader of the track is, but if we're in post fader, that, you know, it might have an impact on the gain structure. But, you know, that's a minus. And sometimes it can really depend on, you know, the preset that you're using here as well. You know, so sometimes you may have the level in the preset set low, even though the mix is high. So those are a couple things. Check like your pre and post fader, and here check level, just, you know, within the plugin itself. And also if you have like in the effects channel, if this is down, you know, you could just kind of add the gain there in the effects channel. So there's a couple different areas where you could have, you know, different, you know, gain, you know, where gain can be altered in going to your effects. So give some of the suggestions to try. Okay, so we just see a question about compressing the tempo track. The commands to compress or increase/decrease tempo fluctuation do not appear to me. Just a simple selection, please help. All right, so if we have a tempo track, all right, so it could be based on like whatever is selected. So, you know, if I'm here, you know, nothing, you know, you may have to have something selected before you can increase or decrease. So if nothing is selected, you know, you may not see that function, but if we select it here, then, you know, it has something to increase or decrease. So make sure that you do have, you know, different tempo events graphically selected. And sometimes if you select with the range tool, you can copy the tempo and move it, but that doesn't select the value. So you may have to select starting from the bottom, and then those controls will appear. So try if you have the combo tool, the combo object selection and range tool selected, that you can now select from the bottom of the events. Because if you select from the top, you select the range, but not the actual events. But if I select here, we can see that the actual tempo events themselves are selected. Okay, so it says, I see I have a question about Hallian SE. Let me just read it. Sorry, I had an email pop in. It says just installed it and no content available, while in program data there's like 700 megabytes of content. Is there a way to point those to Hallian? Library Manager has nothing about those. So it could be like when you install, you know, it maybe, you know, not all the content was installed. So if we come over here, let's go to like the Steinberg download assistant. All right, so let's go to Cubase, and when we come over here, so you know you can install. You know, let's say if we go to, you know, the Hallian Sonic. All right, so we'll come over here. All right, so we see the Hallian Sonic SE, just the instrument is 800 megabytes, but then you have, you know, the content is 9.15 gigabytes. So make sure that you actually install the content right here. So you could just now come over here. So you may just have the instrument installed, but not the content. So make sure that you get that, you know, 6.15 gigs, or I'm sorry, the, we see the Hallian content here is at 3.35 gigs of content. right there. So make sure that you have that installed as well. So you may just install the plugin without any of the sounds. I just see from Robbie Bong that Michael Nesmith just died from the Monkees. I almost saw them just a couple months ago. My friend is the touring bass player with them. He's a big Cubase Nuendo user, so it's kind of sad. It was kind of my first band I was into when I was in like second grade. So. Okay, so just see I have created a template and added an audio event as a test. Now every time I open it, there is a resolve missing files, things that pops up. The audio is not in a pool. How can I get rid of this? So once you, let's say if I recorded an audio file in, all right, so right now we can see that this audio file is going to show up in our pool window. Okay, so we'll see it under audio. So we see audio 01_05. So I'm going to, let's say I undo my recording. The audio is, we go to the pool and it doesn't look like anything's in the audio folder and it looks empty because it's now in the trash. So try going to the trash, right clicking, and then just say empty trash, and then you could save your template again, and you could click erase as opposed to remove from pool, and then resave your template, and then you won't get the missing files message. Pablo is teasing me with coffee. Unfair. All right. So we see a question. Can you master the same in Cubase as Wavelab as far as sound quality and efficiency? I mean, they're kind of two different tasks. You know, like if you were to think about it, you know, could you record to 2 tracks on a 24-track tape? You know, you could. Some people, you know, really considers, you know, it really depends if you consider mastering to be, you know, just processing audio, or, you know, doing metadata, making sure, you know, that there's, you know, there's really, you know, really slick loudness normalizing, batch processing, being able to, you know, have real-time encoder checkers, you know, more, you know, significantly more metadata, burning CDs, burning DVDAs, delivering to different formats simultaneously, where you could just say, I want to export to 12 different formats at once, you know, and have that kind of saved, you know. So if you're just consider mastering, you know, processing a stereo audio file to enhance it, you know, Cubase would be fine for that. And that's what a lot of people consider mastering, but, you know, there's a reason many top mastering engineers run Wavelab. So because it is a very specialized, it's kind of a specialized tool for that. But, you know, for processing audio, both will do great. They do have different audio engines. So. Okay, reading through comments. see Michael Pierce checking in and not making a live stream because it's his boss's birthday. So have a great celebration. All right, so we just see okay, so just see to whom can I knock if Cubase don't load VST3 plugin data correctly? It's contact VST3 version, and I said that Cubase don't load correctly, but Steinberg side is silent on this. So, it seems like, we've had many people kind of complain of weird anomalies with the new contact version in VST3, so it is fairly new to them. So I'm not sure, it doesn't seem like any other VST3 plugins have this issue. So, there's lots of little things I'm sure that, and I don't want to do a punt of, but it is kind of fairly new to them. And, if something is not working on their new system with the same DAW, it kind of leads you to think it was maybe their new thing that they're still getting sorted out. I'm sure they will. But I think that's kind of where it's at. But, if you have more details, you could feel free to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we just see question, are those Steinberg Portico ever go on sale? So sometimes the Portico plugins, we have less flexibility with that because of the licensing cost from Rupert Neve Design, so we don't see them on sale too much. So. Okay, so we just see a question from Neurotic Nexus. It says, haven't used MIDI inserts for so long. What am I doing wrong that Arpachi isn't doing anything in a MIDI channel as an insert? Want to just play around with it with lo-fi piano. So let me just go ahead and load up lo-fi piano. Excuse me. All right, so now I have this. I'll just, make sure that you actually are playing, that it has some MIDI data to arpeggiate. So we'll come over here to our MIDI inserts. So as soon as I'm So it seems to be kind of working as expected. So, but make sure that I'm just playing a chord and it's arpeggiating. So it seems to be kind of working as expected. Okay, so we just see from Jeff just says, Greg, looks like you have more options under source event setting. In render selection, I only have 2 options, mute source events, keep source events unchanged. Okay, so it matters. So let's say if I have just some data here, I'll just record something. Okay, so if you have so say I have an event selected, I go to the render in place. And under source events, we have 2 options. But if I have the track selected, that's when we get more options. So that's when we get the ability to remove the source tracks and disable source tracks. So because of what is actively selected. So if you don't see those 2, just select the track versus the event. Okay, I know we had a couple questions that were sent in. So let me get to those. Thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. Okay. So we had a question that was sent in, how to render groups individually but include the master bus processing. Okay, so let's go to set up this scenario here quickly. Go back to this project, Old Faithful. Okay, so I want to select all of my drums, and I'm going to send them to a group. And let's select my guitar parts, and I'll send these to a group. Okay, so now what I want to do is on my master fader, I'm just going to put something obnoxious. It's an insert, let's say just like a flanger. Okay, so what I want to do is to export my drum group and my guitar group, and I'll just do just a small section just to save time. But I want to include the processing that's on the Master Effects, the flanger. So when I come over to my export audio mixdown, I'm going to choose multiple, and I'll choose the group channels. And under effects, I want to choose my master groups and sends. So, and I will put these into a new audio track. And let's go ahead and export. All right, so we should have our drums that are grouped, and we should hear the flanger from the master, and now so once again, just come over here to export and go to audio mixdown. You want to take our group channels, but under effects, that's where we want to include the master section. All right, so we had a question. Can Greg discuss Project Browser? When should I use the Project Browser? All right, so let's say I have automation going on. So let's just say I come here. I have automations. I have tempo. So sometimes I use this as like, almost like something weird is going on and I want to see what's going directly on. So that's when I'll go to the project browser. So this will allow us to see all of our different components. I can say, okay, what's going on in this kick? Oh, do I want to see automation? So let's say on my guitar part, I could see, let's look at the automation. So I could see all, okay, I have, these are all the points of my particular volume automation. Or if I want to look at my tempo track, I could just say, here's a list, and I could look at this in bars and beats or by seconds, and I could see if I needed to print out tempo changes for someone, maybe for a cue. It used to be how a lot of films were done, just doing like these huge lists of tempo changes that people would have to try to conduct to. So these types of things, when we want to actually see what's in the folder track, kind of see what's going on in the project, that's when we could use, if we had different markers that were in the marker track, we can now come over here to the project browser. So this kind of gives you, like you're going like something weird is going on in that particular track. You could go to the project browser and say something weird is on the scratch guitar. Oh, there's a lot of automation that I didn't anticipate. Maybe I was automating a particular plugin and I didn't know I was doing that. So you could kind of find a lot of those different things that maybe were kind of hidden from view using the logical editor. So if you have a track that something weird is going on and you can't figure out like what's going on and what's causing it, you could kind of almost forensically see what's going on with that particular track using the project browser. Okay, so we had a question. When I create hit points, audio warp and free warp, the orange lines behave in two different ways. When adjusting from the triangle on top, the waveform moves to the marker. When moving from anywhere else in the marker and waveforms move. When is each method best used and what are their different outcomes? All right, so I think I set up a quick project to show this right before our live stream. All right, let's look at this. Okay, so let's say, if I wanted to do like free warping. So I came into my hit points, I found the hit points and I converted my hit points into the warp markers. So I see the audio warp. So now if I wanted to move an event, now that we have multiple markers, I could move an event here in time. So if I grab the marker itself, I could move the event. And this way, if there's a marker after or before, I don't move those events. I just move this one single event. But if you kind of hover directly underneath, I could say, oh, I needed this event to go to this point in time. So what that'll do is as I do that, that will kind of nudge that particular event over. So I say, okay, when I move this, I can say, I needed that to start. I needed that event to kind of offset and move right there. So if you wanted to move the actual event, you could do that. Or you could say, okay, just need to add that much space between to move, that content over to where it starts right there. So I could say, okay, as I move just to the left here, that will just kind of offset those events by that amount of space. So that's kind of the intention there. All right. All right. So we had a question. Can Greg solve my problem? How to set articulation key switch length without to set new key switch. I don't want a key switch to stay on to next key switch. My workaround is to do a key switch out of range to cut the length of current key switch. All right, so let's take a look at this. I'll open up a project that has some key switches. Okay, so let's say we have kind of an orchestral thing. So all right, so when I come here, we could say, okay, when I put a switch in that it's going to, you know, it'll, you know, for many of the articulations, it will stay at that articulation until it sees another key switch or another note expression event. So if we look at this in the note expression map setup, we could have these set, you know, for direction or attributes. So if I wanted to come to the violin here, these are set to directions. But if I wanted to set this to attribute, so let's say tremolo, I wanted to just come here. We'll set our tremolo to, or our pizzicato to an attribute. So now when I select a particular range of notes, I could just say, let's go over here to pizzicato. So now it will just be those particular notes that will be. So an attribute is going to be on the particular note level, but so let's say if I come here, I can now see, okay, I just want to go to my pizzicato, that, you know, so the attribute is going to be at the note level and directions will be set so that they will kind of go on. So maybe just go into the expression map setup and just switch that to, you know, to an attribute from a direction. All right, and that was our questions that were kind of sent in. All right, let's go back to our live chat. Sorry about that. Let me just mute that. All right. Find my discussion where I was. All right, so just finding my place. Okay, so we have it just says question. I have a chord track driving an instrument track and have a MIDI insert on it, say our Apache 5. How do I capture the MIDI output to another MIDI track to see it or to change it by hand? Okay, so let's say, just jump back. Okay, I'm just going to revert this quickly. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. Hope that everyone's learned a new tip or trick. Okay, so let's say we have a Rhodes patch and a chord track. Okay, so let's say, okay, so let's say we just have this going, and we'll, okay, so let's say we have this, and I want these to now just set these to snap. Okay, so, and I want this instrument to now do a MIDI inserts of the arpeggio, say. I'll just come here. Okay, so as we play. All right, so say if I just come here, I think I just. All right, so I think what we could do is once we have, what I want to do is I'm going to take these chords, drag it down to the track, and this track has the arpeggio on it. So I'm going to select these events. I'll just glue these all together here quickly. All right, so we see block chords, and now what I want to do is I'm going to select MIDI to freeze MIDI modifiers, and now that will automatically. So, and then, so it needs kind of the data, and since it's not kind of capturing MIDI input from a controller, it's not going to record it. But once you have MIDI data in the part, just go to your MIDI modifiers, and that will take all of your MIDI inserts and basically embed them into the events themselves. See, Best Korean Jesus just saying, I learned so much when I ask questions. That's good. So we just see from Jess Sabelski, how does the free version of Dorco use a tempo track, and does it have limitations with gradual tempo changes? Thank you again. So I don't think it has gradual, I don't think Cubase or Dorco have issues with gradual tempo changes. I think a lot of sample library playback programs do, and that is kind of more of the problem. So I think you could even export I think even in Dorco Elements or Dorco SE that you could just import the tempo track directly from Cubase. So if you have the tempo track done in Cubase, that it's automatically compatible. I know Dorco Pro has that at least. All right, so I just see, hi Greg, has anyone mentioned a bug in Sampler where the Cubase window goes out of maximize whenever selecting the sampler, Windows 10? So let's say if I come here and I just wanted to go to the sampler control, so say I drag this in, all right, so we'll have our sample here, we'll normalize, so let's say, I think it's maybe, Let's see if there's an always on top mode. So, you know, I don't think that there's maybe an always on top mode, but if you just, so I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. But if you could just let me know or send me an email. But if I just come here to the sampler track, it's kind of right there, but it's kind of intended to work primarily, you know, so maybe if you just click on that window. So, but maybe if you want to email me at clubcubase at steinberg.de. All right. All right, so we have a last minute question. Can you explain the process to set up a MIDI channel so you cannot play a wrong note on the keyboard? All right, so there's a couple ways of doing it. So if we have a, so let's say if we have a part first, you could go to the scale assistant, pick your key here, and we'll say D major, and just click on Snap Live Input. And now as you play, you can't play out of the key. It'll change every note to fit within the D major scale. All right, so with that, we're out of time. I want to thank everyone for the wonderful questions. We'll be doing this again on Tuesday. I want everyone to stay safe and healthy over the weekend, and look forward to a full week of live streams next week. And everyone have a great weekend. Take care. Goodbye.